Hello, good evening, and welcome to Management Monday, where I am going to be continuing to play some Planet Zoo here, because the work is never ending at the Zoo Nocturne, or the Nocturne Zoo. I still haven't decided which way I really want to say it, and it's been months, so I'm never going to decide. That is the way that goes. But in any case, there is a lot of work still to do on this zoo. I have such plans, so many plans, most of which have not actually come to fruition yet, but some of which have. I'm going around in circles, but in any case, we're starting here tonight, which is exactly where we left off last week, at the gloriousness that is my timber wolves on one side and my future deer on the other. I still don't know if this is going to be the best viewing for the deer, but I must admit this is not a very deep cage, at least. It's a very long one, but not a very deep one, so I'm hoping that that will work out. Now, what was left for the deer cage was that there need to be some supports of some sort in this extremely long wire bridge that I have going on here. Bridge, viewing port, something like that. So I'm thinking that instead of doing this with the stone pillars, which are very wide, I might do this with metal, which is somewhat narrower. At least that's the current idea. So if I pull up metal, and let's see what I can find in the way of a nice metal post that is approximately that wide. That is the width that we are looking for, which is why I've zoomed in right here. So, don't think a lamppost is quite the right idea unless there's no light attached to it. But there's a copper pillar for a fence, which I think, yeah, that's a little big. So probably not that. And that's when I realized I didn't turn on my lights. Flashbang! Okay, yeah, that is very large, and I don't think there's any way that I'm going to get it to match what I have going on here. So, continuing on downwards, we have aircon, which is also way too big. Wall hook for tools. No, that's going to be too small. Definitely not roofing pieces. We have a roof finial, which, yeah, I don't think that's going to work either. It's just going to stick out of the wall in a weird way. Plus, I can't change the green, and we are definitely not that shade of green here. So, what else have I got? What else do I have? We have another fence post, which will be very difficult to make work, so I'm just going to leave that be. We have... Yeah, the problem with the fence posts is that they are very short, and they're just a little narrow. There is, of course, the marquee beams, but... I may have to go with the marquee beams, simply because they're the right width, kinda. I would love to have something a little more decorative, but I don't know that there's all that much that is decorative that is also going to fulfill my needs here. Like this, once again, these, they're a little large. Yeah, I think I'm going with the metal, with the marquee beams again. Because everything else is just too big. Oh well. Reindeer statues. Not the right kind of deer. Definitely not the right kind of deer. The rusted rod is definitely not correct either. Close to the right width, but okay, it'll be the marquee. So let's take this. Nope, not that. I want the beam. That, yes, thank you. And turn on angle snap. Of course, it's the wrong side. Of course it is. Okay, and why are you like this? Nope, that's worse. It shouldn't be doing that, and yet it is. See, if I take this beam here, and I say duplicate, like that, and rotate it just a little too far, okay, so why does it do that when I change it to the 4 meter? That's very weird. It shouldn't do that. I guess we're going to be working with the little ones for the entire thing. That's going to be time consuming. Oh well. Whoops. First of all, I do need a line of it that goes up this side, so let's do like that. Oh, fascinating! Wait a minute, wait a minute. Ah, that's the reason. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Gimme the little one. Haha! I knew you'd see it my way eventually. That. And like this. Make sure it's not sticking out the top. Yes, okay. And basically, that's what's going to happen. Each time that there is a visible bit, like that. Change it to a 4 meter. And make sure it's not sticking out the top. Now I'm not going to have to do this everywhere. Just where things seem visibly off, like right here. There we go. Like that. Make it the 4 meter beam. And just keep on keeping on. Okay. This hopefully should not take too terribly long. Since I don't have to do every single panel. Although there are some places where the spacing is going to be a little inexplicable, but it's fine. Okay. Next weird one appears to be this one. And then this one. Oh, and definitely this one. Oh boy. Okay. Where is the next weird spot? I think it's here. Here, and I'm actually starting to see the end in sight. I know I'm close. Now, whenever there's a tight corner, guess what? Oh, wait. That's better. Let's scooch this over just a little like this, so that it's more on the fault line, so to speak. And then scooch this around a little like that. There. It's still a little unusual with the spacing, but I think that works. Okay, now I need some education screens. Squidge it in a little. There's one there. And one here. Just above the ground, and then squish it in. And one. You know what? Here. Just above the ground. Squish it into the wall. I am not going to bother putting fancy frames on the habitat education boards for this one. And then an educational speaker. And let's see. That will do nicely. There. And I'll adjust the volumes on those later. Okay. And that is the enclosure. What happened here? Wait a minute. Okay, I'm not sure exactly how I had that one like that, but it looks like it was the only one that I had done such a strange thing to. Okay, now for the tricky bit, which is going to be getting the barrier in. I do have a door here to start with. Of course, I'm doing the easy edge first. Okay, we've established an extremely incorrect perimeter. Now to correct that perimeter. I do find it interesting that this one little bit is sticking out, but oh right, because there is a weird little angle there. So if I put this here, and then put this here, that. And like that. Like that. Yes, I know the panel is too short. I'm trying to do something about that. Oh yeah, this is gonna be... Excuse me, there is a lot of panel here for you to be occupied. Why are you insisting upon being there? Okay, we're looking not too bad so far. As long as it's either in the wall or just to the outside of it, we're good. Like that. Like this. Like that. Yes, yes, progress. Okay, is any of this inside the stone? No, it looks like I might have actually gotten it. Okay, and I'm going to call this fallow deer. And we have over 1,000 here. So fallow deer. Okay, so I could have the full 16. I think I'm probably going to go with the 14 though, just to be sure that there's enough space, because I don't know if the deer are going to perceive as much space as the barrier does. So 14 deer? And how many do I already have? 3. Okay. Well, you are gorgeous, so we're going to adopt you. So that's 4 deer. The other female here isn't so pretty. Or isn't as pretty. Patience. Patience is a virtue or something. But yeah, for that many deer, I think I'm going to hire 2 keepers. I'm just going to pause for a moment. Work zone. Keeper zone southeast is the one that I am concerned with here. Whoop. We will add the fallow deer to keeper zone southeast. Very good. And then hire a couple of keepers. Southeast. Southeast is the one that we're looking for. Okay, no work zone, so you work in keeper zone southeast. No work zone, so you work in keeper zone southeast. Yeah. Okay, okay, progress. let's take Gabrielle here. So that's 5. We're almost halfway. Oh yes, Jillian, join us. So that's 6. Pretty males, but no pretty females. And of course, the restaurant is going to have to be worked on. It's a pity. I kind of wanted the window for the kitchen to be facing the path, but I don't know if I can actually get that to connect. I may have to experiment here for a moment. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to pause. Oh my goodness, they're still sitting down even though they've been booted outside. Okay, and then if I... This is interesting. Okay, well, we're gonna do this way. Guest facilities, and then somewhere in here there is a Naked restaurant. And if I like turn this so that the window is basically facing outward. And then, okay. Well, you know what? I can make that work. Because that way I can have the kitchen as a window that people can look in, and a seating area here and above. So yeah, I'm going to have to make this basically a floor, but I can do that. Yeah. How are we on deer? Do we oh. Not so good, not so good. We've got almost half the deer that I need. But none of those will do. Okay, so select group, group edit. I need walls. I don't really want to use the Arctic wood. But I think perhaps... I'm thinking that I'm going to call this place the Lodge. So I think actually way down here we have the plank walls. Yeah. Although they aren't recolorable. Maybe where are the recolorable ones? Not those ones. Where is the recolorable wall? Where's the recolorable wooden wall? There it is. Stained wall. And then, what color do I want it to be? I think it should be something light because it's fairly light around here, but not too light because this is a little dark here. Maybe something that sort of goes with the train color? Maybe like that? And I can put some sort of... Like, it doesn't have to be all this one color, although there will be a good portion of this color, but... like this. And I'm gonna have to do this part of the wall manually, I think, because none of this is gonna work. But... if I do like this, that kind of covers up the line in between the tables. So yeah, that'll be a good guide. And actually, let's take the grid size down. Like this. Like that. Actually, you know, hold on. If I do like this, like that. I don't like the mismatch in the patterning. Hold on. If I do like this. Okay, okay. The windows still feel a little funky, but I can correct them. Well, I can't correct that one as easily, but I can correct this one. By doing like this. And like that. Although we still have the issue that this is narrower than the others, and so is this. Wait, if we make the two on the ends like that, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that way the ones on each end are symmetrical. Yeah, I can make that work in my brain. I can totally make that work in my brain. And then on this side, just leave that like that for now. Okay, yes. There's no way of making this square. This is going to be very difficult to put a roof on, but we'll figure that out later. Whoops, too far. Why are you like this? There we go. And squish that in so that it's an interior. And line that up. I can make this work, I think, if I do it this way. Like that. And then duplicate and bring this away. Like this, I think. Like that. This does end up being a little weird, but it's sealed, so yeah, that'll be fine. And the only wavering is in the top, which is going to be covered, so we good on that front. Excellent. Now, over here, I think what I want is, yeah, this. Please, please stop being like this. My mouse is not that sensitive, game. Okay. And we bring that up to just over the edge of the table. Try to find a place where it lines up less obviously. Really? Why can't I get it to line up? That. No matter what I do, it's going to be obvious somewhere. Like this, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do something to cover that line because it's feeling really obvious right now. Like this. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, that will do nicely. And then this needs to be like that. And that is very unfortunate. Why you like this? Maybe the arch would be more coverage? It is, but still not enough. Still, I'm gonna use that. Oh man, I left these sticking out. Oh man. Oh, here's me paying attention. All the attention. Like that. Much better. Square windows, arched doors. Haha. And I'll need a little wall right in here. Like that. And you know what? Which one is the right one? I think it's this one. Yep, that one. And we'll just squish this in here. that. Method in the madness. And then bring this over here like this. And yeah. Now it looks like it was on purpose. Haha. Staff uniforms. Does the restaurant not have any colors? Just the staff uniforms? That's very odd. Well, I will worry about that later. Well, I not worry about that later. I will work with this. Since I can't change the restaurant colors, apparently, I will change I will use this orange. No, not the restaurant. Not the restaurant. I don't want the restaurant. Well, I guess that wall is going to flicker forever because I can't grab it anymore. Now, this is going to be the trickier part. Please stop being red so that I can actually see where you are. Wait a minute, why am I doing this way? Hold on. Now I know that this is exactly the same height, so I can mess around in other ways. I think 30 may be a bit much here. Go to a 15. Okay. I see the best way to do this. Also, I see that there is a problem, and I'm gonna have to address that, but what I'll do is we'll go like this, and we'll just give the restaurant a little bit of a hollow shell here. Just on this side. Like this. Yeah, like that. And then whoops. Like this. That. And does this meet up on the inside without this? It does. Just barely, but it does. So I don't need those pieces. That means I don't need these pieces either. But I do need that one. And then this comes in here like this. Like that. And you know what? I'm gonna close up this window a little bit as well. Line that up. Like that, I think. Wish I could do the same thing at the top, but actually maybe I can. Wait a minute, wait a minute. If I mess around with the grid height, Hey, come on, game. Game. Please, game. Because I am going to be building walls up here, so... if I do like that... yeah. That feels a lot better. Although it does mean that I'm going to have to raise these as well. And you know what? I'm going to do these in the same way rather than doing like that. And actually... hold on! We have better plans. Like that. That about matches there and there. Yeah. Now, I'm going to need a floor. Preferably not the white tile, but something similar-ish? No, a little too emphatic there. No, no, no. I want something else. That's not recolorable. Well, it is recoverable. Okay. But, no. Definitely not the right floor. See, we don't want something with the gaps being too big, but we also don't want something that's too obviously a wall on the floor. Which is also why we can't really use the snow blocks, even though they're nice and white. The lines are just too big. Sandstone, definitely not. Plaster, probably not. Where are the non-grid plaster pieces? Lord only knows. Painted brick. Might be able to make this work, actually, because the lines aren't as obvious. Woven wall definitely won't work. It's not thick enough. I mean, I could just use this, you know, as a textured... It's difficult to work with as a floor, though, because, once again, it's not very thick. For some reason, this little technique I'm about to use works better if you have a thicker piece than if you are trying to use a thinner one. Not the limestone. I don't think the Indonesian temple brick is going to be quite right either. The main problem is, like, I don't really want something with, like, really obvious stripes, which is why the painted brick is nice, but I'm very strongly striped on the wall, so being strongly striped on the floor is going to be more difficult. That's a little too textured again. I may get stuck with the brick simply because things are just... Is the dry... No, the dry stone is not recolorable. Like, I would be carrying that from the deer, but do I want to? It may well work, though. That's the thing. Because, yeah, if you put stripes with stripes, you start having problems. So... I think I might be stuck with the dry stone. It's the flattest stone so far that isn't in stripes or squares. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be using the dry stone. Now we find out just how much I flattened this area, huh? Okay, what is my biggest piece? 4x2 is probably the biggest one. So what we want to do is, like, bring this down here so that it's just high enough that it covers the path. Like so. And like this. We just use this as the floor. I have some concerns right around here, but we shall see. is a problem. More than one problem, really. I don't know how fixable this problem is. And also, I can't use this as the floor because it doesn't go seamlessly. Sigh. I need something that goes together seamlessly, and I need okay, I'm gonna need to do some terraforming, I think. Set this to short grass. I don't think I'm changing anything. Well, I might as well take this moment. Tour group has been waiting for educator for a long time. There's an educator right there, but it does indicate that I should probably put another tour person on the snake garden. Okay. Educator. And hello, new person. You are going to be on Snake Garden Tour. And you are just going to be doing tours. You're not going to be doing roaming talks, I think. Actually, no, you can do roaming talks when you're not giving tours. I've changed my mind. I'm okay with that. So there's a tour guide right here. So why is the tour not going? Been waiting 2 months. What is the hang-up? It appears to be a glitch. Can I just like turn it off and then turn it back on again? That is so weird that the educator was there, the people were there. Why? What was the problem? We're gonna have to figure that out at some point, but... Okay, another thing. This restaurant... Work zone. Vendor group southeast. Has one staff room. And should have the restaurant. And then any vendor who's not assigned should be in the southeast. I apologize for the children. I do not know why they are screaming at this hour. No work zone. Therefore, you should be vendor group southeast. Why do I have multiples with no work zone? Oh, this is no good. Okay, I'm gonna need to figure this out. Snake Garden, correct, okay. No work zone. Okay, where are you? Let's put you in east. Okay, you. Where are you? See, here's the thing. You appear to be assigned to Information Center 10, and yet here you are, smiling at Gulpy Soda. I don't even know where Information Center 10 is, but you're not manning it. And I bet it's over here. Look at that! Information Center 10. Which is part of Vendor Group East. So... Vendor... You go to Vendor Group East. see, that's east again. Okay. Okay, 2 vendors assigned to southeast, which makes perfect sense right now. 1 and a float. One, 2, 3. 3 assigned to Snake Garden, which is good and correct. You are southeast. I'm just going to assign you to I'm going to assign you to Maine. Okay, I don't know why I had so many unassigned vendors. Very weird. That will fix itself over time. And yeah, this is looking pretty good, I think. Okay, do we have any particularly pretty female deer? Yes, we have Kyrian. Okay, so now I have, half the deer that I need. Bunch of flickering windows. And it's okay that there's nobody on duty here because I am still trying to... Okay. Copy this. Bring it like that. There we go, much better. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with a limestone floor here. Although I suppose I could try going with concrete. Let's pull this slightly more to the orangey side. Like that, maybe? Let's see, if I run it at this level, now that I've done some leveling. Okay, Okay. Like that. Run that through here like this. And then take this through to here. Copy. Like that. Whoop, no, no, no. Duplicate this. Change it out for a 2-meter piece. This. Make sure it doesn't poke through the other side. It does not. Rotate. This is another reason not to do a stripy pattern if you have an odd-shaped room. You need to be able to do that. Bring these over here. Like this. And like that. Then change that into a 2x2. Does it come through? It does not. Does it come through on this side? It does not. Okay. I'm winning. I'm winning. Like this. Does it poke through? It doesn't. I feel very lucky. Like that. Come on. There we go. And just like that, we have a floor that nicely covers up exactly the horror that the path is performing. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna need some glass. Oh, not one-way glass. Oh, okay. Not emissive decal either. I wonder, should I use, like... No, I don't think I can get away with it. It's gonna end up looking weird on one side of the wall or the other if I use these. Although, that I could get to work, somehow. But it was also not the right window. But like... I don't know. I am not so sure it's the best idea. I think that might be a little too avant-garde. And also it's dark where I want light. So it is tempting to... The main problem there is that it's not recolorable, so that ends up looking a little... I don't love it. Is this recolorable? It is. It's also too big. That's 4 by 2. See, I don't want to use just plain glass because then I'm gonna have to like do stuff around it myself. But this is also too big for the window as I've resized it, and I bet you it's too big for the windows in the back as well. Yeah, it's too big for the resized windows as well. I mean, I could use these. I will have to build a frame for them myself if I do, but I could use these. Yeah, let's go this way. Okay, so we'll leave the metal colored, but the glass we're going to take to some other values. I'm not sure about that color choice, and the thing is you can't actually see through these. I want people to be able to look out and see the train. So yeah, that's not the right thing either. Okay, that is a roof piece and only a roof piece, so that's not useful for my purposes. No, I don't think that's gonna work for me. back to the recolorable ones. Nothing I do is going to make the end ones look right if I do it this way, though. Tough, very tough. I've made this very difficult for myself. Yeah, making these windows as narrow as I did, I have kind of locked myself into having to build my own window frames. Okay. Okay, fine. In that case, I need to build the window frames first and then put the glass in. So what I want actually, I think, is the conservation slats. Weren't there some flat ones? Yeah, cladding beam. And I think I can actually... Whoop. Whoa. Whoop. I think I might even leave them their default color. I think that this would work. Yeah. Gonna have to work with the 2 meter and the 1 meters, I think. So what we do kind of like that. Now I know that this is too wide, but it's what I'm working with at the moment. Whoops. And to duplicate, and I didn't. Whoop. Careful. Stick that in there. It's not really that this is difficult, it's just that it's time consuming and I would have preferred not to have done it. But how deep is this sucker? The trick is getting it approximately even on all sides. Sure, I'll go with that. Now, will it let me move these ones? Yes, yes it will. Thank goodness for small mercies. Okay, it is 9 o'clock at night. Why are there children still screaming out? It's 9 o'clock at night on a Monday. Why are there still children screaming outside? Why is this happening? Okay, I will call that good. Then this gets tucked down there. And this gets tucked down there. And then we do a little praying that I can do this. Okay, like that. Hallelujah. Okay, I'm actually gonna do like this for the moment. Because I want to be able to set the glass properly. So yeah, that'll be the pattern. This one I actually want to do from inside because I don't want this projecting very far on the inside. So I'm gonna do it like this. Brother John, hello! Welcome back and thank you very much for the resubscribe with Prime. It's very nice to see you today. Okay, I know I've done something wrong here. Oh, that's what I've done wrong. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to leave that there for now. Whoops. No, no. I want to duplicate that and then rotate it. And Lord only knows if I'm doing this right. I've got a very thick sill on the bottom. That's way thicker than it should be. Oh dear. It should be more like that. Whoop. Can't back up very far. Okay, then this one and this one need to be much thinner. More like that. Yeah. Oh, blast, let's do it again. Okay, and on this side, about like that. On that side. Like that on that side. Oop. Up here like this. Yeah. Okay, okay. We're getting there, we're getting there. And then, oh, right, on the inside. Just line that up nicely. No, not the restaurant, the piece of wood. Like that. And then we select the whole frame. Duplicate. And bring it over here because these windows are identical. Like that. Okay, I'm gonna leave that to put in the glass. Okay, so this window and this window are identical, and then these windows are identical. probably going to have to work with the 1 meter because I think the 2 meter might be too long. Let's find out. Yep, too long. Okay, like this. And then the bottom sill all along here. There, okay. Copy, rotate. And 2 meter. That. And like that. That in there, and that in there, realize that these ones have to be slightly different because of the way that the wood is. So they go like that. Then we take these and that, and duplicate, whoop, try to get it about the same thickness. Yeah, sure. Yeah, like that. And then we take these. And then this window gets copied over to the end. Like minusculely wider. Interesting. It's fine. It's still covered, so it'll be covered. Okay, and then these. Bring them center it. Close enough. Just keep keeping along. This is why I hate making my own window frames. Whoop. There we go. Whew. Okay. Now I'm going to stop with the construction for a bit because it's time for another deer check. Oh, aren't you a handsome lady? And frankly, you're not terrible. Where am I at now? 12, 11, 10, I'm at 9. I need 5 more. Okay. Oh. Hello. A leucistic one. Nice. Okay, I just need 3 more deer. Or, you know, I could go with the 11 that I have now. A what one? Oh, it's not quite albino, but it's a blonde deer. She's basically a white deer. Do I go with the deer that I have now, or do I try to get the 3 more? Maybe I go with the 11 that I have. Yeah, let's go with the 11 that I have. 11 seems like more than enough. So we'll just take the lot of them. I will admit that I may not be pronouncing the word correctly, A lot of words I learned by reading them. So, I may not always have the pronunciation correct. I try very hard. But sometimes I don't get so far. Alright, 11 deer heading off into the trade center. They'll have lots of fun with that. And we need to prep here. Let's just take a moment. Habitat. Species. European fallow deer. They're going to need a shelter because I don't want to build them one. This pen was bad enough. I don't want to be... I do want something that looks nice though, which is gonna be... Oh, that's okay then. I mean, these are nice, but I think they're also extremely inappropriate for the European fallow deer. I kind of like the Australian one, but I hate the roof. I think they're gonna have to get 2 shelters because I can't get any of the big ones in here. And I've got 11 deer incoming. That's just not gonna look right. I don't especially want to give them the shed, but I also don't want to give them any of these. Oh man, am I stuck building my own shelter again? Wait. What about... Oh yeah, I can work with this. What we do is we just sort of pop this into the corner. Corner-ish. We sink it a little like this. We turn off climbing because they're deer. And we just take out this ugly ass floor. Leaving us with this. And then we just fill it full of bedding and hope that it's enough for all the deer. We'll find out. Okay, and obviously they're going to need a large food trough, which I'm going to pop over here. And we'll give them a water pipe, which I will... So I'm going to tuck away in this corner here. And enrichment items. I love the grab ball. Rubbing pillar or Scots pine? You know what? Let's go for the Scots pine. Leucistic is pronounced leucistic. Okay, I was pronouncing it incorrectly. All right. I'm the best at everything I do. And actually, I'm not. That's why my tagline is relentlessly average, because I am relentlessly average at everything I do. The hanging grazer is a nice thing, but... You know what, let's just pop that down there. We will give them a football. I did give them a grab ball, so that's awesome. We have 11 deer, so I'm going to need a lot of enrichment. I'm going to put down several scent markers. And sure, let's give them a grazing ball feeder as well. And sure, a barrel as well. We'll find out if that's enough once we bring the deer in. Now we just have to wait for the deer to be ready. I think I need to put the first set of tables into the... Well, I need to put the glass in. I need to put the glass in first. So, back to glass. Non-emissive glass panels. Where are you? It's a modern wall panel. Staff are having to queue to use the facility. Oh, you're kidding. What a surprise. This is not the right size. Glass house. Emissive decal. Quarantine full. Good. Oh, there we are. Glass rectangles. Okay, I hate this part. See, this is why I shouldn't have serious injury discovered. One of my deer is injured? It is really difficult to see what I'm doing with the glass. Okay. Like that. Disease. Okay, we're going to just give me a moment here. that I've got that pane in. You just close up the gap. Like that. Oh, I hate making my own windows. Okay. Quarantine is full. Staff is having to queue for the facility. Has quarantine passed for at least 3 animals? Yes. Perfect. Okay. Alright, you. Come with me if you want to live. We're not putting the deer in with the grizzly bears. This is not that kind of zoo. Okay. Going to start with those ones. We'll work on this. The first animals will be arriving soon. And then my keepers over here are going to have something to do. It's gonna take a little while though. We're at what is currently the far end of my zoo. But natural selection. It's not natural selection if I put them in there. That's the thing. If I put them in there, that's not natural selection. That's just me being kind of a bitch. Okay, it would be really nice to work on my restaurant while this is happening, but as it is, my staff is going to be running themselves upside down with all of these deer. Oh, another serious injury amongst the deer. They're probably kicking each other in the overcrowded quarantine. Okay, here they come. The first of the deer. Welcome, ladies. Welcome. So more like natural selection, giant air quotes. Yeah, more like that. Okay, that's the first 4 deer that I asked for. We're looking good. She's happy with the coverage. She's happy with the coverage. Well, I certainly will be putting more plants around here, but the fact that I don't actually have to do anything here is perfect right now. Because there is a massive amount of juggling to do. Okay, European fallow deer here. European fallow deer here. Volume immense. Oh yeah, the next thing isn't until over the bridge, so I've got a lot of area that I can use here. So you know what? Let's go all the way up to 12 here. All right, European fallow deer and European fallow deer. Area until it touches that other one. Yes, thank you. That had better not be touching the wolves, I just gotta say. It is not touching the wolves. Haha! I win. And over here, European fallow deer. European fallow deer. And cover all of that. Yes. There we go. Now, we're ready for the deer to be appreciated. Actually, we're ready for more deer. Okay, all of you have passed quarantine. Right? Yes? Yes. Okay, come with me. We're going to the deer pen. It's very far away. There you go. I'm pretty sure that's all the deer, I think. We're gonna wait until they're all delivered. Hey, the keepers are here. They're very could you get out of each other? You're supposed to be working right now. I love how the blonde one's name is Preeti. Because she's pretty. And we have our first people come to look at the deer from very, very close. Okay, all the deer except for Preeti are now out of the quarantine. Which means we should see a line of people incoming very soon. Right? Right? A line of people? Soon? Soon-ish? Oh yeah, the people are coming to see the deer. And the best part is, they go through the timber wolves in order to see the deer, so they get educated about the timber wolves on their way. So, you know, it's just involuntary education. Ha-ha! Where are the rest of my deer? Oh, here comes one. Which one? Well, I mean, given the odds, it's probably one of the girls. There's only one male in all of these deer, after all, but we'll know when he arrives. As the reason I chose the European fallow deer out of the deer species was because of the massive rack on the males. I do love me a massive rack. There he is. He seems confused. Come on, people. Deer. Come on, deer. Oh, look at that. Look at that rack. Okay, we still have one more deer who has yet to arrive. Because the game thinks they're funny. We'll make sure there's actually a delivery scheduled for her. Of course, it would be the most special deer besides the male, who is still in quarantine. Somebody's gonna come pick her up, right? Somebody Somebody come get this deer. There we go. Thank you, Rosanna. Okay. How are we doing here? Enough enrichment. Still plenty of space. Okay. Happiness is a warm deer. And also, let's make sure that they have the best quality food. Eventually, they'll bring Preeti. Eventually. Truthfully, I'm not sure what to do with this space, but it's the outside edge of the zoo, so I'm probably just going to fill it in with forest. That's why I'm fairly glad to see that these guys don't need foliage, but they're fine with it, because that means I can bring all this forest stuff right up to the edge of their enclosure and not have to worry about things hanging over. So that will be a plan for a bit in the future, once I've got this restaurant more in hand. Here she is! Here's my blonde girl. A blonde carrying a blonde. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so oops, not the group. Well, so far they think that there's a good view of the deer here. Oh, and there's quite a few people having a look at my lovely deer. Perfect. Although, I think I should grab... Come with me. Going to put you there. And there. Oh, that's terrible. That's better. Yes, that is much preferable. Why y'all standing all the way back here to look at the deer? Oh wait, you're reading the sign. Okay, never mind. Okay, I need to get this restaurant operational because it's bothering me just having it sit here being non-operational. So, let's get in here. Facilities, bins, benches, and security. Restaurant tables. I think the ground floor I'm going to do with the booth tables. Although I honestly, the colors need to change. I'm just gonna pop this down here like this. It's fine, it's not assigned. I need to do something about the colors. The tabletop can remain white. I think I'll leave the metal bronze, but the orange and the blue really need to... No, wait, the blue definitely needs to change. That is a little too close to the floor, but I do think we want to be in this family. Like that? Yeah. Yeah, like that. What color is this? Oh, that's the backing color. Okay. We'll make that kind of match the walls. It makes sense in my mind. And the table surface, actually I think I'm going to take it more into the yellow family. Main question is, does that look good? I think the seats need to be a brighter color. Like that, maybe? Yeah, you know what? I like that. Although... I think maybe... How do I make this line up with the walls? That's the question. Wait. Okay, so you can't overlap them even a little bit. reasonably certain that I have lined these up in a straight line, but I honestly cannot tell. And it's bothering the heck out of me. How do I make sure that this is square to what I want to be doing? I'm just gonna have to hope that this is right. Do. I should have been over here instead. Okay, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like that. Yeah, like that. And I'm actually going to just pop this out here for the moment. That's just for color remembering. I'm going to put a second floor on here, and it's going to be the round tables up there, because that one's going to be open air, but it's not going to have as many tables. The density of tables is for the main floor. Okay, and let's see here. let's leave... Actually, let's turn the white that... yeah, that matches the tabletops. And then... yeah. Whoops. Okay. Tables. Link the tables. Now you can link 20 tables, which means that I can put 9 tables in the upstairs. And actually, this one and this one. Yeah, that makes me feel better. Make sure those are still linked. Yes, yes, they are. Okay. Okay, now the restaurant actually works. So now I can go and put glass in the rest of the windows and start work on the second floor and various joys like that. Well, there also needs to be some decor going on in here. It can't just be blank walls. I hate blank walls. Like, here is where I'm going to put the name once I know what it is. But until I know the name, that can just stay blank. It's fine. No, that's the thick glass. Where's just the glass? Why have I lost it? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Glass pane for you. And a glass pane for you. And then we pray that I can do them both at the same time. This one, whoop, and this one. Duplicate. Hallelujah. And bring those out, but not too far out because we're very close to the path here. That. Yeah. Continuing. I wonder if I could just do these as a series of 4x4 panes. That would make things a lot easier. I think I can. Like that. And cover the next 4 windows. Nice hats. Yeah, it's wonderful. I sell them in the zoo, actually. Spectacular hats. And this one is gonna have to be a 4x2. And that was when I realized I hadn't actually raised the level of these. Oh dear. Okay, let's just grab all this glass, raise it up so that it actually covers the windows. There we go. So, why does my tablet reconnect to chat just as Brother John is attempting to broach something to me? Oh boy. Okay. Select all these window frames. I said all the window frames, darn it. Yes, like that. Duplicate. And bring them inside. Like that. Gorgeous. Perfect. Never seem to notice the emotes. The emotes equal gold. Well, I'm following the chat on my tablet, which does make the emotes extremely small and also means that the first time that you use one, it takes a little while to load in. So I don't always see the emotes the first time around. So my apologies. It is the medium by which I am looking at the chat. Okay. Progress, glorious progress. Now, I don't think I want to make the ceiling the same color as the floor, but I don't see any reason not to use the same material. But, I don't know if I can change the color before I move it. No, actually I can't. But, I have made things more difficult for myself simply because of putting the tables in, but I'm gonna make this work, darn it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Give me that last piece. Yes! Okay. Duplicate. I'm actually going to bring this up here right now. There's method in the madness, I swear. And down here, we want a much more neutral color for the ceiling here. Too dark. Way too dark. Too light. Happy medium? Maybe I want to bring this into the blue family? Whoa, not that blue. Wait, I think I might have it. And just sort of... like that. And then this lot up here. Oh, I made a terrible mistake. I just realized. Oh, no, actually. No, I didn't make a mistake. I am gonna have to redo some things, but I didn't make a mistake because things change. Grab all these pieces here. Make sure I've got all of them. Yes, okay. And then we bring these down and squish them into the ceiling, but not all the way into the ceiling. Like that. I've got the ceiling too low, though. We don't want it touching the top of the arch. So... we'll try that again. Whoops. Oh, that was unintended. Let's let go of the restaurant. There we go. Okay, that's the whole bit that I'm using for the ceiling, right? Yes, okay. You raise that up so that there's some clearance above the archway and above the windows. Like that. And then grab these. That. Oh, wait, no. I don't need that after all. Yep, okay. Alright, that's the ceiling. And that is now the correct height for where the ceiling is supposed to be. So then we grab the floor. Make sure that I have the whole floor, or else I'm going to have a terrible headache. And squish that down into the ceiling. But not so that it comes through the ceiling, like that. And then like this. And then just fill in this gap here. There. I have made decorating the rest of the restaurant a little more difficult for myself, but yeah, okay. Let's see if I... Oh yeah, we need some more lights in here. Okay, what I will do is I'm gonna figure out lights. Excuse me. Why are you like this? Okay, fine. You force my hand. Now, this is a kitchen, so it is going to get a basic strip light. That I'm gonna do my best to center, because I don't think it's gonna need two. No, that should be good enough, I hope. Like, yes, you should light a kitchen better than this, but there's only so far I'm willing to go. Okay, and we need something a bit more decorative for inside. I think the ceiling lights are going to be the best bet. I can put, like, light up stuff on the wall, no problem. Happy to do so, but stuff on the wall is not going to be enough to light the whole restaurant. But we do have, ooh, deer, ibex, lynx, salamander, deer. Ah, stop that. I mean, I kind of like that for being, like, right by the deer. Hold on a moment. Make sure that actually looks like it's stuck in the wall. Try and center it on a board. Okay, that is lovely. I like that. It still doesn't light the interior, but, you know, progress. I wonder. I do like these things. Can I get away with using them in here is the question. Wrong one. Right one. You know, I think I can get away with using these. Whoops, too far. Just right. Like that. Like that. Whoop. This. And like this. Oop. Don't back up too far, Foxwine. Let's see, center these this way. I'd prefer to center them on the windows, but since the benches aren't centered on the windows, There was no way to do that. I'm not gonna try anymore. I'm gonna center them on the benches because that makes more sense on a customer service level. I have not made this easy for myself. Like this. It's very difficult to see to center this one. Gonna have to get by guess and by got it. There. I do wonder if I should be lighting up the kitchen better. Maybe I should put in... Yukiko Snowchild, hello! Welcome to the stream. Nice to meet you. Maybe I should put 2 small lights in the kitchen instead of 1 big one. Maybe that's the... Like put in 2 of these instead of 1 of these. Center that there. Center that there. It's now lit up like a surgery in there. Better, but still not great. What a pretty dining area. Thank you. I don't do restaurants often because I'm very finicky, but... Oh, I didn't mean to... I wanted to duplicate that, not... Oh, the kitchen's lit up a lot better than the dining room now. But yeah. It is definitely looking better in here. Thank you, Yukiko. I still worry that the walls are a little plain, but I'm not sure exactly what to put on them. Ooh, archways? Oh, these are not the right kind of archway. Decals? I don't think decal is going to be quite right here. I'm not going for terribly realistic with this zoo. I'm going with sort of realistic. But yeah, I have no idea what to put on the walls of this restaurant. Choices are hard, and I'm not sure I want to make them. Like, I've got the vertical banners, but they're almost as bad as the blank walls, honestly. And we've got the... yeah, that's not great either. I just don't know. The problem is I don't actually know what the theme of this restaurant is, so figuring out how to decorate it is... it's hard. Does this light up? I don't think it does. Still, it does appear to have a fox head on it. That's a reindeer. That's not quite the right kind of deer. I am not seeing anything here that's really calling to me. I mean, yeah, it's like rustic wheels and stuff, but, you know, how rustic is this restaurant? I don't think it is. I wonder, what sort of... I could put, like, flowers. They do have the advantage of lighting up. Not the blue flowers, though. Just the orange and the yellow ones. You know what? Just the yellow ones. I don't like the orange ones. You know what? I like the one flower, but as soon as I start putting more flowers, it feels wrong. Let's just... No, I don't really like the star, and that's really bright. I mean, I can turn it down, but it's already so far down. Dang. Candle holder... bat outlines. Spider outlines. No wolf outlines, though. That's more's the pity. I don't think the souvenirs are going... Yeah, the souvenirs are not going to be my help here. I don't know. I may want to avoid that wall entirely. You know, I think it's putting anything over here that's making me feel sad. Because anything I put over here, I'm just like, no. Okay, so what if I do like... Yeah, it's as soon as I start adding more flowers that we start running into the problem. It just doesn't feel right with more flowers. That's weird. Admittedly, I'm weird, but... So we're just gonna be weird and eclectic in here. I mean, I haven't figured out what the name of this place is, so... Wait a minute, where's one of those wagon wheels? Let's chuck a wagon wheel up on the wall that makes me sad. That is a weather vane. That is not a wheel. Whoop! Oh, no, I don't want to be out. No, I'm not in the ceiling either. Alright, the main problem is that weird curve. You know, I like that better than I liked having the flowers up there, so we're gonna go with it. Okay. That's good for the first floor. The second floor still needs to be done, but I am overdue for my break here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my break. And when I come back from my break, I think what I'm going to do is put some plants into the snake garden, because I always need to put more plants in the snake garden, and then return to the restaurant and get to work on the second floor. I have this idea of having like an open veranda up there. I'm still not sure how I'm going to roof a place that is shaped like this, but that is a problem for slightly in the future me. But I think like I'm going to set up an open veranda with a few of these round tables on it, so that there's open air up here and enclosed down here, depending on how people like. And oh, wait a minute. If I do a veranda, I don't have to do a roof. If I just do a high enough railing, I don't need to put a roof on. Ha-ha! Solutions. Solutions for problems I've caused myself. Okay, I have an idea. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause. I'm going to exit editing the group is what I'm going to do. There we go. And I will pause, and I'm going to manually save for the first time tonight because I like living on the edge. And I'm going to just quickly take my break. I'm going to refill my drink and have a quick stretch and a little bio break and all of that sort of stuff. And when I come back, I'm going to put some more plants into the snake garden because it really needs some plants. And then I will build the veranda for my restaurant with the last 9 tables up there. And that is the plan for the rest of the evening. So I will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, I have returned. And that means that it's time to get back to doing things in the zoo. Because there are so many things to do in this zoo. So the restaurant is slightly more than half finished. There's still 9 more tables. It's going to be these ones going up there. But for the moment, it's a functional restaurant and it actually has a ceiling. Yay. So I'm just going to turn my attention over to the snake garden for a bit, because there's still areas that need to be filled in here. Like this one right here. Turn my cursor light back on. Now, it's my hope to combine the goldenrod and, what is this again? The puya plants, to fill in this section and hopefully also cover up this hole. And actually, oh, I see here. So we combine the cowberry bush, the puya, and the... Yeah, I see my plan here. I see my plan. But what I'm gonna have to do... We're going to pull all of this out onto the pathway. And I'm gonna have to mow some grass. So we'll just mow the grass all through here. Like that. Is this the biggest cowberry bush that I have? Ah, that's the flattest cowberry bush that I have. Ah, okay, that brings back some memories. All right. And random rotation, which I will need to remember to turn off. Now I just need to squish this down a little like that. First things first, we paste over the ugly hole. The snake garden suffers from some pretty ugly holes, just due to the way that I built it. It's what the paths do when they slope, and it's very annoying. Now, I'm gonna take a moment from that part. There is a line that is going to make things a little easier here. Like this. Along the fence. Okay, the rest I don't need a straight line for, so we're good. So step one is to get reasonably even coverage. And it's okay if it overlaps onto the path. In fact, it is preferable if it overlaps onto the path a bit, because that will hide the extremely stark edge that is going on here. So it doesn't need to be perfect, but now I do want to use the flattest cowberry here, simply because the other plants that I'm using are so spiky. So this way the cowberry will give me the coverage for my oogly holes, but it won't fight with the spiky plants. Someday, all of the snake garden will be covered in plants. Someday. I dream of that day. This is mainly that this is a garden, and I don't like big fields of grass in a garden. I don't care what the English say. Big tracts of grass in a garden is weird. So I'm just going to go around and fill the edges. And then the middle. It's also a factor that the guests of the zoo, the denser the plant cover, the prettier they think it is. So when I like layer 3 or 4 different plants together in interesting and attractive ways, the guests think it's super pretty. But it's also just, you know, things that I enjoy doing. I like not having to pay attention to what regions of the world the plants are from, or whether they would ever grow together in nature. I can just be like, oh, hey, these look cool together. And away I go. Like the goldenrod and the puya plant there. They definitely would never meet each other in the wild. They're incapable of growing in each other's biomes. But, you know, they're two spiky plants that look spiky together. So, once I get a very dense coverage here of the cowberry, and by dense I mean no gaps, especially not where these grass panels are. There we go. Okay, that is full coverage with the cowberry, which doesn't look half bad on its own, but okay, we're going to duplicate that. We're going to make sure that it is upright. And I'm just going to squish this down so that we've just got the fluffy head. And these go in here. This is just application 1, so I'm not going for like major coverage here. Take this. And that is all I want of the goldenrod. We don't need the rest of the plant. We just need this bit. Now this is why I put layer 1 of the puya in, so that I could set the height of the goldenrod against it. Whoops! Going to get the new Planet Zoo pack? Oh yes! Oh definitely. I mean, I love foxes, but I cannot pass up a coyote. Well, they're kind of pests where I live too, but I have an affection for tricksters. What can I say? So if I have a chance to have a trickster, more tricksters in my zoo, especially since the game will not give me my corvids, well, you know, I'll take foxes and coyotes, if they won't give me my corvids. And since they seem to be disinclined to give me my corvids, I guess I am going to have to settle. But I'm also intrigued about the decor pieces that are supposed to be in that pack. These, the paper flags and such. I'm really hoping that they're something that is perhaps affected by the wind. That would be really nice to have something else that flutters on its own. That is one of the problem with the various flags and things, is that they're very static. The majority of them. There's only like 1 or 2 flags that I can think of that actually move. It's a little sad. But yeah, the best possible thing would be if there's actually 2 versions of each of the paper pieces. A piece that flutters and a piece that doesn't. Because that way you would have the largest number of applications for how to use them. That would be the best thing in my mind. But that's probably asking for a little too much. Yeah. The wind physics are frankly terrible. Mainly because they're almost non-existent except for like 2 pieces. Okay, I'm gonna need a smaller goldenrod is what I'm gonna need. Let's see here. How about a medium? Yeah, medium's good. Medium's good. Let's see. Do I have any other holes that aren't underneath the bench? There. 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 Edges are always the hardest part. I always end up with weird gaps. There we go. Okay. Now this... a little higher than the previous ones. And we're going to get a lot more density with these. I do love some plants that look nice together. And it's even better when they're all spiky ones. We just increase the density of the greenery with the puya within the goldenrod. And things end up looking really lush and alive. No, I don't want to be inside the roses. That makes it very difficult to see the other plants. And it ends up that instead of being the thing, the cowberry becomes just an accent amidst everything else. But it plasters over the hole perfectly. Well, the holes. The plural holes. And we just end up with a really nice effect. Whoops. Grabbed the wrong two arrows there. Okay. Diseased? What? Hold on a moment. We have a I have gone to a lot of difficulty to make this zoo just run itself without, you know, sick animals and stuff. How did somebody get sick? What keeper has not been doing their duty and cleaning the duty? There we go. I am quite pleased with that effect. Okay. And we take out my working bundle. Oh, did I have one of the spikies? Oh, no, I did not have one of the spikies come up through the seat. Okay. Perfect. That's good. Okay, how much of the snake garden do we still have left? Let's see. There's this section that I'm not actually sure what to do with yet. Over here, where I was going to do something with the papyrus, but I hadn't decided what yet. This weird little area here, this odd little area here, which could or could not be conjoined depending on my mood at the time. Really? That's it? That's all that's left? Oh, so much of the snake garden's been finished. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 sections left. Oh, it's a miracle. I'm feeling pretty good about that. The snake garden is looking really good these days. I'm still particularly fond of the foxglove effect I have going on here. That turned out really nicely, I think. Okay, now let's figure out this diseased animal thing. The deer. The deer. Excuse me? Habitat cleanliness. Tell me about it. Let's see here. How did a deer get sick? That's the question. I can't... 50%. I have 2 keepers who are only assigned to here. What have they been doing? Excuse me, individual. What have you been doing? Oh yeah, look at that. It looks filthy. It needs to be cleaned. Get on it. There is only one habitat. One habitat for 2 of you. Why are you leaving? I have deep and abiding concerns. Why is she going for food? There's food. There's lots of food right here. Ooh, lovely watermelon. Yeah, habitat cleanliness is a disease risk. Thank you. 2 keepers. 2 keepers who visit once a month. What have they been doing? Hopefully that's the only sick deer. How irritating. You know, I think I might have to add a veterinary clinic to this staff area over here. Because how far that vet is going to have to run with that deer is... Climbing enabled? Since when? Okay, this. I'm gonna move over here. Move that over there. And move these over here. Okay, staff facilities. Veterinary. Then we take these. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there and there and there. And the door goes there. Squish that in there. Like that. And where are the window pieces? There they are. Whoops, wrong way. There. This is where building all of my staff buildings to the exact same model is really helping, because I decide I want more onto a staff area, it's all just right there for me. Oh wait, I'm not gonna... Okay, duplicate. And duplicate. Like that. Put that on there like that. And like that. And like that. Realize that I can delete this and this. And put that there. And then duplicate it. Like so. Yeah, like that. And then just connect that path there and there. Yeah. So now there's a veterinary closer to this end of the zoo. Although I was kind of hoping I wouldn't need that, but apparently I do. Irritating. I just put these deer in here. Why are they not looking after them properly? At least now they've cleaned it up. Still a problem. Well, I'm gonna try to be philosophical about that, and I'm gonna work on my veranda. That's what I'm gonna do. But yeah, it's let's see. If I use these, take the grid down. But, sorry about that, I got distracted. But, let's see, if I use these... This is probably a good enough start. I don't think the 1 meter is the right one, actually, now that I think about it. Let's put those away. I think I've got a 2 meter down here. Yes, yes I do. Okay. We'll use that one instead. And then that one feels too tall. Okay, let's go around from this side. Wait, wait. I have another thought. We're going to put this here. We're going to take this table and we're going to use it to judge the height. Like that. That's the height. That's what I'm working with. And I can probably do that with a 1 meter. Yeah, that's 1 meter. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? All right, we'll do it with the 1 meter. So, like that. How did I do this before? And just cover all that up. And then copy, raise, copy, raise, oh man, I still have random rotation on. Oh, turn that off. Also remember to turn angle snap back on. Okay. I see places where this is going to get messy. This is going to be fun. Oh, I see how I did that before. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Here. Like that. Duplicate. Raise. Oh, what's going on here? that away. Nudge that away. Okay, is that the only place where it's sticking through? I wonder why it stuck through there, but not down here. Oh, it did stick through down here, but we're actually hovering above the ground down here. We're not gonna think about that. The train will hide all sins. And like that. And like this. There. Now, just move this, because I'm going to build a box right here. I think. Where's the stained? Where's the stained wood? Where is the stained wood? It's hiding. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's use one of these. I don't actually know what height to put this at. Like that. Like that. And door. Door. Yeah, I think the double doors are going to be the better ones. This one. I mean, I don't have to have the opening for this. However, it makes it easier to center the door. Like that. Okay, so then if I take all of these disparate elements, No? If I do that... Oh yeah, we have problems. How about if I do like that? How far through the ceiling does it poke? Oh, quite far. Quite far indeed. This is kinda what I want, though. I think I'm gonna have to build it from scratch. Okay, non-grid piece. Line that up like that. And that height. And this is not correct, so that's great. Well, I'll just leave that there for now because it's the right height. Okay, and just duplicate that. Like that. That's a good enough corner. Except that it's not a good enough corner, but this is very finicky and annoying. Okay, that's in the floor. So then if I take these two, no! I need them both. That's the problem. Okay, what if I do it like this? Oh, that's even worse. I don't see any way to fix this. So I'm just gonna have to work with it in the very literal sense. Which is also very irritating. Now on this side it only has to go down as far as, you know, filling in this gap, but I hope this is right. It's not right. Good enough, good enough. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it can't be equidistant. That's great. I'm gonna go like that. deal with that later. I am really hating this. Try and center this. You know what? Good enough. I hate this little rim here, but there's nothing I can do about it. Okay, inside the restaurant. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. And then on this side, now, is this part stabbing into the restaurant in any way that is noticeable? Nope. Okay, doing what I can for the flicker. Oh, right. Why does, as soon as I touch it, it stops flickering? Whatever. Okay, we'll take that piece there. Of course, it would be slightly bigger. What if I did it this way? Oh, nope, that's worse. Although, actually, you know what? I can make that work. I can make that work. Because if I center it like that, and like that, and like this. Yeah. Then we take these 3 pieces. And raise them up just a tinge. That. There. Ha-ha! Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I don't think I'm gonna have the full 20 tables at this restaurant, because I think that 7 is going to be about correct. Not arranged like that, obviously, but put this here, and here, there, 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 here, there. One more? Yeah, like that. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. This is good. Okay, back to lights. Because each of these tables needs a light. I don't know that I want to put a candle there, though. That's going to be a little strange. Like, a candle is about the right light, but I don't know that I want to put a flame in the middle of each of the upstairs tables. Is there like a little decorative tea light in here somewhere? Oh, that's too big. That's another candle, which is even bigger. A decorative light bulb? That's a little small. Actually, let's... Yeah, that's definitely not gonna be... Like, that's not enough light. That is nowhere near enough light. I might have to put a candle. Path light is... That's not quite right either. I want a little lamp to sit in the middle of each table. Is that too much to ask? Gloomy Moon, hello! Thank you for the newt. So busy with moving into an apartment. Oh, I see, I see. Moving kind of sucks. I totally get that. See, that's too big again. Why are there not... Like, I just want a little table light. Why is it too much? Look forward to sleeping at night. Ah. Well, sleeping at night, that's a thing I haven't done in some time. Like my choices appear to be either the path light, which I have to admit I don't love. I don't think I can change the color of this. No, I can only change the color of the light, so it's just like, it's totally outside what the restaurant is trying to do. Love moving, having a change of scenery once in a while, but I hate yeah. The labor of moving is definitely the worst part. Like, new places, new experiences, learning the new streets. Oh, ha! The cute candles. Yeah, I was hoping to not go with the candles because I'm not actually putting a roof on this section, and having open flames in the open area just sounds like an excellent way to have them go out completely. But all of the other lanterns are just huge. So I think each table is getting one of these European, they're calling it a European candle, because it's the smallest one that actually gives a decent amount of light. Which, unfortunate, but that's the light that I've got. The only other thing that's the right size are these little decorative lights. Where'd they go? Like, these are the right size, but they don't give off enough light by any way, shape, or form. Plus, I'd have to figure out some sort of decorative thing that they'd be in, and yeah. So I think the tables are getting candles, and we're just going to pretend that there's no wind in my zoo. So this'll teach people to keep bringing children to my night zoo. There. You know, I could probably fit one more table in here if I rearranged them just slightly. Maybe I should do that. Oh well, rain is not a thing that happens in this zoo. Okay, if I put this here, and I put this here, then I can put another table like here. I will put the candles back, I promise. There. Now we pretend that I'm centering the candles. And duplicate. There. Yeah, my cursor light is not on, so this is definitely enough light. Now my cursor light is on because I have to put a railing on this. But first, back into the restaurant. No, the restaurant. I want the restaurant. Give me the restaurant. I need a name for this restaurant. Link tables. That's all the tables. 20. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I did end up getting 9 tables up there. What do you know? Alright, it's a full restaurant. It has all the tables. We have the downstairs open eatery starry meals. Yeah, well, we have the downstairs with the booths and the view of the train and all of that fun. And then we have the open air veranda up top, which obviously needs some safety railings. I think probably the best thing to do would be to reuse the conservation slats. And that will carry the color scheme. So I can like put a layer of the conservation slats across the top here as soon as I find them. There they are. I need the thick beams in the 4 meter. And like this. It's a pity that even the thick beams are not as wide as the walls. But, you know, I'll work with it. You know, what am I doing here? Hold on a moment. Take these two. Aha! We know this beam's the right thickness. Make it visible, make sure it's visible on both sides. Very good. This will be a good base to put my railing on. And then the measures that I took to keep things from flickering suddenly show. They show so much. Well, that's fascinating. Why'd it do that? Okay, Let's tuck this in just a bit. Tuck it in, I said. And like that. Actually, now that I think about it, let's just like that. Good, 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 good. Okay, and then we take these. Bring them over here. Ignore the flickering in the floor. That's the thing that bothers me the most. Like, I can give them a door so that we have the illusion that they're actually walking up here using the stairs or the elevator or whatever. But they still just blink into existence. Basically like that. And wait, was this a 30 wall or was this a 15 wall? I think this was the 30 wall. Yeah, this was the 30 wall. Okay. I have made this wall just slightly too thick, apparently. Well, I prefer to have the thing visible on the outside than the inside, so... Okay, this was the 15 wall. So we'll rotate that 15. And like that. That's a short bit that I will deal with later. That. And we'll take this over here. Of difficulty setting this in the right place. Oh, there we go, there we go. All I had to do was say something. Okay, like that. Sure, like that. Okay. So, duplicate this. Go to the 1 meter. Although, you know, could I do this with the 2? The 2 might be too long, but let's find out. Oh, nope, the 2 meter fits perfectly. Yay. Whoops. Wrong way. I meant to grab the red one. Oops. Oh. No, terrible mistakes have been made here. Oh no. I changed the height. No, my seamlessness. Fine. I'll do it this way. And like that. Then we nudge all this around. Make it look better. There. Okay, yeah, that was definitely the right decision there. Now I just need to put a railing on this. I think maybe something in the pre-built fences is going to come to my rescue here. Like, we have the North African, which is unfortunately not recolorable, and it's a little bit too brassy for all this, but there's the Twilight Gothic, which let's see. Whoop. No, that's not the one I wanted to grab. That one was the one I wanted to grab. Like, if I were to take this... Okay, that does not stick down into the windows, so that's the... It seems like it might be a little much. That seems awfully spiky. Although it would deter people from climbing on top of it. I'll leave that one there for now, as a thought. I might have to make my own thing, which I am not enthused about. Could use this. It's shorter. It's also recolorable. It's a little fancier. And it would go with the European deer. I would have to put some sort of top railing on it though. But I do like that it's a bit shorter than the... I think that this might be a little bit much. It seems like a lot. Although thankfully it doesn't stick down into the windows on that particular height. Choices are hard, man. I do want something like fancy and that deters climbing over it on falling onto the train tracks. But, there's also the added problem that the Gothic fence only comes in the one size. And I've got a 2-meter section right here. So... Yeah, I think I'm going to be going to go with these, and I'm going to have to figure out some sort of top railing for it. I'm gonna need to figure out some sort of bottom railing for it. My goodness, it's insubstantial. Not quite right. Stella Katsune Illustrates! Hello! Welcome back to the stream. Thank you for the newt. There is a lot going on here, and I'm not sure what to think about it. I need a good color for this railing. I'd kind of like to go with something that matches the dark color on the tables. Let's see, what is table surface, metal, Okay, well, let's try this one. Well, that's definitely not the right color. Currently drawing a fake mon while watching stream, basing it off of idols and ethereal characters, specifically angels. Oh, interesting. Alright. Okay, well, I think it's still in the blue family, but let's just try and let's go with like this. Oh, and I should get rid of this since I'm not going to be using it. But yeah, I can't just put this on the wood like this. It's not going to be correct. So I think this is going to be a job for the marquee beam. I think if I like put this, whoop, I use these things for everything these days. But like if I put this beam down and slightly raise it, and then put the fence on top of it. Also planning on making a new enclosure in Planet Zoo Save, which is a kiwi house. Ah, yeah. Kiwis do not need a lot of space, so they are an excellent candidate for building a building. Okay, I've got the beam a little too high, but I think I'm in the right family here. Okay, first things first. Bring it into the right color family. Squish that down a little bit more. Squish that down a little bit. Let me just click somewhere else. There we go. Okay, let me see. Okay, definitely gonna have to use something else for the top railing, but I think that as a base for the fence, the marquee beam is going to be the thing. Which is going to be really, really fun. I'll just take this over to this corner here. Duplicate, rotate, center, and I'm going to have to do this for each and every corner. This is going to be great fun. Center, yeah, that feels centered. Making another birdhouse where people walk in and look through the window to see fairy penguins. Ah! Well, there have been a great deal of changes in the zoo since the last time you were here in the chat, Stella. Okay, and I will need another beam at the corner to be the corner of the fence, but I will work with that later. What I will do, because it's been a while since Stella Kitsune Illustrates was here, I don't think you've seen the hashtag wolves that I built, which is what I'm working around here. How's Sodi? Sodi is doing great. Sodi is actually just on the other side of the wolves here. He's in here somewhere. Are you Sodi? Nope, you're Sodi's girlfriend. There's Sodi. Having great deal of fun on the climbing thing that I built for him. Welfare 100%. But yes, I have put in quite a few things. Like, we do have the hashtag wolves. Last week it was hashtag conservation, but you know, I keep changing the hashtag, but what doesn't change is the fact that it's a hashtag. And a lot of the zoo has been filled in over here. The snake garden is almost entirely a garden at this point. Very beautiful. We've got a little food court over here, and I've installed some Arctic foxes in here. And they are all having a very gory nosh right now. And over behind, we have some skunks in what is definitely one of my better decorated enclosures. The skunks are very popular. Adele, give me a moment. Ah, yes, yes. But yes, we have the skunks here. And I'm quite proud of the way that I did this enclosure. They don't like a lot of tall plants, which is thank goodness, because they're teeny. But we've got a nice little enclosure that they're extremely happy with. Unfortunately, the glitch with the large food bowl continues. So they're using the small food bowl until the glitch is fixed. There is a glitch right now specifically with the skunks and the large food bowl. It always comes up as being inaccessible. No matter where you put it, no matter what you do, it always comes up as being inaccessible. And it is a glitch that is specific to the skunks. And it's specifically the large food bowl. As you can see, the small food bowl works just fine. The small food bowl is great, it's fine, it's wonderful, everything works. So the skunks are using the small food bowl until the glitch is fixed with the large one. So for anyone who is making a zoo that you're putting some striped skunks in, give them small food bowls. Give them a couple of small food bowls if you're having babies in the zoo. Give them, if you just have a pair like me, just one small food bowl is going to be enough, but if there's babies, you're going to need more than one, because the large food bowl, it don't work. It don't work at all. So that is an existing glitch that has not been fixed yet. Oh, and you know what? Can I grab this without grabbing a bush? Come on, give me that. No, I can't have it. Okay, I'll take a different one that isn't in a bush. Oh wait, that one's in a bush too. I know that somewhere around here, there's gotta be a donation bin that I didn't shove into a bush. There we go. Okay. So, and I've been working on the snake garden. It's much more of a garden than a grass field with a bunch of snakes in it. So I'm nearly finished putting in all the plants in the snake garden. and it's looking glorious. So there's only a few areas that are just still grass fields. Almost finished. My own zoo, my doles had 3 healthy cubs. Oh, that's so nice. The dole cubs are so cute. Okay, and I'm going to pop down a donation bin here. And here. And here. I don't actually need the money, but I do need to remember to do these things. But yes, over here, just this stream, I have installed European fallow deer, which, while not strictly nocturnal, are a holdover from the fact that this zoo was started as a Halloween zoo. And there were always going to be deer simply for the fact of when you're driving in the evening along a more deserted highway than others, suddenly out of the darkness, a looming shape with bright red eyes and giant horns. So I have a glorious herd of deer here, and I actually got lucky and I got a blonde. And they seem to be quite happy here. Welfare... Oh, what is wrong with the habitat? Oh, I've been having a little bit of difficulty with the staff keeping the habitat clean. But what is the habitat problem? Oh, there's not enough hard shelter for everybody. Oh, yeah. I was worried that this wouldn't be big enough. You know, I think I can extend this without having to cry. So let me get in here. What I'll do is, oh my lord, those are the short ones. Okay, here's the long ones. Okay. Come in here. Select all of these. Oh, I see why those two were the short ones. Okay. That one. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna Oh, I'm messing around here. Alright, back to selecting these logs. Those ones there. Okay, good. Duplicate. Oh, you're really gonna be like that? You're really gonna be like that? Okay, fine. We'll just eyeball the sucker. That's pretty dang good. I mean, I can see the seam, but that's fine. And then take these and duplicate them. Down here. Good enough. And then all of these. They're very determined to make me suffer for this. I don't know why the Planet Zoo folks went and built an entire shelter out of climbing pieces, but this is really painful. For me, we have kangaroos constantly jumping through the road at night. I gave my mom a fright, so maybe kangaroos should go. I mean, it's a thought. I'm not sure where I'd put them, though. I'm gonna have to think about that. I mean, I do have the wallaby, the wombat on here on my list. She said facing away from her mic. Okay, I have the common wombat on my list for obvious reasons. And the wallaby is a possibility because it's another one that has a very small pen, so it's easy to fit in around things. But I didn't have kangaroos on my list. Okay, and that is an extension on the roof. And how do the deer feel about that? Oh, they feel real good about it. Specifically, they are eastern grey kangaroos, since red kangaroos are more central Australia. Unfortunately, there's only the one kind of kangaroo that is... Oh, no, let's not use the animal trading. There's only one kind of kangaroo that's available in the game so far, and that is the red kangaroo. So all we have are the kangaroos and the wallabies. Unfortunately, we have the red kangaroos and the wallabies, but we don't have the gray kangaroos. So yeah, we have the red-necked wallabies and we have the red kangaroos, but we do not have the gray kangaroos, unfortunately. Although I suppose that, you know, we could make the wallaby be close enough. And they are a convenient animal. What would they have a small pen. Like this box here, that I have, you know, that I have set in the wrong place. This 500 meters here, which is going to be a pen of some sort in this area, this would be the right size for wallabies. Maybe a platypus as well, since they barely make an appearance to people. I do believe I had platypus on my list. I think it's going in the swamp. Because I'm putting all the aquatics in the swamp. And the platypus is fully nocturnal, so that does make a lot of sense. But yes, today I put in the deer, and now I've extended their hard shelter so that they're all very, very happy. I've been working on this restaurant. You caught me while I was setting up the railing for the safety of the patrons on the upper air patio. Down here, we're pretty much finished. It's very nice in here, although apparently I do need to put a toilet closer to this edge of the zoo, which, I don't know, because there's one right here. They just have to, like, duck through the timber wolves to get to it, so... But I've also been putting in some fake exhibits. Over here, I have my gray-bellied night monkeys, and I'm just going to turn off my cursor light here so that they're actually visible. We have the gray-bellied night monkeys in here, in their lovely terrarium. No foxes yet? Oh, Mystic, I have foxes. I don't have all the foxes. Yes, I have gray-bellied night monkeys. Over here, I have the short-eared owls. Which are a little... I lit them a little too brightly, probably, but they're in there. But yes, let me turn my cursor light back on. Flashbang! We'll go past this fox right here, this glorious creature. I wish I could claim that I built this, but I actually got it from the workshop. We'll go over the snake garden, past the train station, and foxes. These are my Arctic foxes, my beautiful babies. Should also make the water extremely dirty since their home is hard to see, which is the river. Ah, yes. That's always the trade-off, is like making the water authentic so that you know you feel like the animals are most happy, or making it clean so that the guests can see them. But yes, currently the Arctic foxes are the only foxes in the zoo. Because the other two foxes that are available in the game, I haven't built their enclosure yet. Okay, username checks out now. Yeah. But yes, it's the Arctic foxes in here, in their very oddly shaped enclosure. You do not want to know the pain that I caused myself by having to put windows in this sucker. But yes, there are foxes. And there's the train, and the train station that I built myself from scratch. And of course the snake garden, which is becoming more and more of a garden. Much less grass now. And it's just over here, past the first two of my fake enclosures. As you can see, I'm planning on putting enclosures for animals that aren't available to me around the timber wolves here, because these areas are too small for me to use for anything else. So I'm just going to be putting in a bunch of owls. I have a small-toothed palm civet to put in this corner here. This one's just going to be plants because you can't look at it. There's a southern opossum. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, burrowing owls. We have burrowing owls here. Maybe an enclosure called Dragon Valley, which holds Komodos. I checked on that because I love the Komodo dragon model in this game, but I actually checked, and Komodo dragons are not nocturnal. I googled it and everything. But yeah, over here in the central section of the zoo, this box right here is where my red foxes are going to be going. But I haven't built the enclosure yet because I have a very fancy idea and I hadn't gotten to it. But yes, I did want to have Komodo dragons in this zoo because I love the model for the Komodo dragons and the animations. But it turned out they weren't nocturnal, and I said this is a nocturnal zoo with only nocturnal animals, or animals that are both. And also, I figured out the problem that I was having with my porcupines. I built this beautiful building for my porcupines, and then nobody came to see them, ever. And I could not figure out why. And it turns out that I had these down. I had them covering the window like this. And people can't see through them. The guests can't see through these particular items. They were treating it as a completely solid wall that they couldn't look through. So I adjusted everything, and people come to see my girls now. So the porcupines are actually getting admired as they deserve. Because they're gorgeous. Look at this. Look at her. She's beautiful. She deserves to be admired. Look at the mohawk. Yeah, exactly. Like look at the beautiful. Just beautiful. Like they're pretty interesting looking creatures in real life anyway, but the game just makes them gorgeous. And I don't even have the graphics turned all the way up, and they still look this good. Look at the little toes. Look at the little feetsies on her. So yeah, that's how that went. But yeah, it turned out that of all things that people can look through, cannot look through these brass things that I put over the windows. And I was like, oh, but it's so pretty, you know, you can still look through them and everything, but nope. But at least I figured out the problem. And I have been filling in the zoo a little bit at a time. I still haven't gotten any plants in along the river because the river is not finished. The river is going to finish down past there in another lake, which is going to be the swamp lake. But this lake, haha, it's a lake now. It's a living lake now. It is not a dead pool of water that is, you know, smoking faintly. I put off doing this lake for so long because I hate doing lakes. I hate doing the... Yes, lions are partially nocturnal. A lot of predators... Oh, there go the deer again. I have 2 keepers who are doing nothing but look after the deer, but can they keep it clean? No. Do I need to put in a 3rd keeper? But yes, a lot of predators are partially nocturnal and partially diurnal. So that's why this is mostly going to be a predator zoo. I hadn't decided whether or not I'm actually going to put in lions, though. I have to say, lions are one of the very early models of the game. They're in the base game, and they look like early work. They really look like early work. But yes, there's been a lot of work on the zoo since the last time you were here, Stella. But yes, I was just working on my restaurant here. And I need to figure out like what to put on top of this railing because this is no way to finish a railing. I'm just not entirely certain how I'm gonna go about that. But yeah, let's see, one of these. And going along the roof. This curve is going to be really irritating. Alright, well, just looking at it is not going to get it done. Okay, center this. Like that. Like that, I think. I may have to do this in the shorter ones now that I look at it. Oh boy. Well, I'll leave that be for the moment. No, I'm not actually going to leave that be, but... like that. And let's go to the 2-meter beam. Center it. Like that. take this down to 15. Center it. Like that. Is that a 1 meter section, or one day I'm going to make an enclosure for hyenas based off the volcano the hyenas live in The Lion King. I mean, dear. Well, I am going to have hyenas in this zoo, but it's going to be a while before I can build them. They're past the red foxes. But yes, have an excellent night or morning where you are, Stella. Thank you very much for coming and hanging out with me for a little bit. Please don't make me have to do this in the 1 meter. Please, please, please. Okay, I think I can go back to the 4 meter here. Center it. Yeah, like that. And tuck this corner a little. And like that. Center, I must be centered. There we go. Like that. And then, ooh, 1 meter or 2 meter? That is the question. Probably only 1 meter. This is what I get for building an oddly shaped building. That's my curse. This part's gonna be the weirdest one because it's so narrow. Oh, and it's so short. Okay. 1 meter. Back to the 4 meter. It's another thing to preserve your FPS. Always try to use the biggest piece that you can. more pieces the game has to render, the slower your computer's gonna run. Always use what fits, but use the biggest piece that fits. There. Okay, progress. Now, the tricky part is going to be that I need an upright at each corner now. So, whoop, too far, too far. Why? Okay, there we go. And I cannot see this being more than a meter, so let's take that down. And that goes there. And there. And here. And like that. And there. That. And like that. Oops. Oh, no, wait, that's just, oh, okay, it's just a reflection. I thought I'd pushed it into the wall. Upright. 1 meter. There. I think with these corners I'm actually going to have to use 2 beams. Whoops, not there. Here. So bring this beam like this. That beam like that for now. And then this beam. And 1 meter. they are going to end up looking a little bit weird, but it means that the beam will be facing in the correct direction for the fence. So just keep on keeping on. And it's just, these corners are just plain weird, so it's never gonna look quite right. But I'm just gonna battle my brain. Okay, and 1 meter. And that's the right spot. And that's the right spot now. One meter. And then against the wall. Is that all of them? I think so. I should probably do the same thing for these corners. Oh, this one's already a 1 meter. It's just in the wrong place. I could get around this by using round corners, but round corners, but yeah. There we go. Okay. Now we're ready for this stage, which begins with shoving this over here, I think. And yeah, 1 meter is actually a little tall, but we'll deal with that later. So now the trick is getting this all lined up beautifully. I said lined up beautifully, fence. Like this. Yes, yes, okay. Oh, I see what I've been doing. Hold on a moment. I have not been lining these up correctly. So, how do I line them up correctly? Oh. Okay. That's gonna be interesting come when I get to the corner. Yes, as I suspected. Well, I'm just going to make this part line up. And I'm going to try not to think about what's going on right there. Alright. Rotate. Oh man, it's invisible. I can't see it. How am I supposed to tell if I'm centered if I can't see it? There we go. Okay. Like that then. Okay, and this is the 15. Please be the right width. Hallelujah. Okay. Nearly there, nearly almost there. Like that. Nice, nice, nice. I wonder, can I let myself just leave it like this? With the post sticking up just that little bit and everything? I think I might. Continuing along. Yeah, that seems centered. Center my being. Like this. Darn it. How do I do this without my brain giving me problems? I'm gonna have to do it like that. I don't love it, but that's how I'm gonna have to do it. Okay. I have nearly got this restaurant finished. Because I think I am going to not put something along the top. Because I think that's going to end up looking kind of weird. I do like this. Huh. I can sort of make that work that way? I'm gonna be a little bit lazy and do this way. Kind of center that like that. That. Is it sticking out? No. Okay. Okay. All right. That. Keep on keeping on. So close, and yet so far. Oh man, it almost touches. Well, inside it goes. Okay. Oops. Oh, I was meant to copy that, not use the one that was there. Oh, it's too long. Oh boy. Is there a different piece? Props, fences. Okay, there's a little piece. Like that. There. Ha ha! I am very happy with that. I'm not so happy with the fact that I don't have a name for this restaurant. Whatever the name is, it goes right there. But I am extremely happy with this. The doorway is a little big, it must be admitted, but there isn't really a way to make it smaller without having people walk through it, and it's already bad enough that they're popping into the tables while I watch. So, yeah. I am going to call this good. Because it is good. So good. Let us duplicate this lantern. And pop that down right there. But yeah, whatever the name of this restaurant is, it goes right here. I just don't actually know what the name of this restaurant is. I am also in need of a fence over here. Do I extend the snake garden fence like I did on the other side? Because over here, I extended the garden fence so that it is also the railway fence along here. Maybe I also do that over here for continuity? I think I do. This is going to be tricky. Okay, first things first, let's just... I need to move this lamppost. I'm just going to leave it here for now. Oh, this is a really big group. Yeah, that's a lot more fence than I wanted or needed, and not actually the bit that I wanted. Let's try this again. Maybe if I go this way? Yeah, I think that's closer to being what I was looking for. Oops. If I just deselect. Wait. Oh, wait, I did some weird stuff in the corner here, so that corner is not actually... Okay, let's try over here. this has a better likelihood of being a flat fence panel. And all this stuff over here is not what I need right now. This is very difficult. Okay. Come around this side, I guess. Yes, I know this is bush. I'm... Okay, you know what? Let's put this here. And then I can just delete these pieces. And then that's the fence panel piece that I need. Although I've got an extra one of these block things. So let's just remove that one. That. And we'll just run along here. And really, I ought to divide this fence so that it's not, you know, a group of horror. But let's see. Tilt that a little more that way. Just keep going, just keep doing. I will probably call the stream once I finish this fence, because I have run quite overtime. And I should probably, you know, let myself rest soon. This really is a very nice fence. I could wish that it were made of fewer pieces, but if it were made of fewer pieces, it wouldn't look half as good as it does. Okay. Kind of like this. And then kind of like that. Like that. Alright, and then delete these. Like that. Excellent. Very nice. Okay, good. And then we use this lamppost to hide how this corner looks a little weird. And I will have to plant in there. But at least there's a fence to keep people from walking onto the train tracks now. Need a little planting here as well. Maybe a tree? Maybe a tree. Filter for trees. No. No. Close, but no cigar. I do need a tree that is fairly lollipop shaped, but not this tree. Maybe... like if I do like that... know that that's the right choice. Like, it's the right kind of tree, but I don't think this is the right tree. But yeah, I do need kind of the lollipop shape. Because it needs to, like, go over the train and a little over the restaurants. So we need the very classic type of tree. We need a fairly tall classic lollipop shape. Like, this is good, but it's not quite... Yeah, it's closer. It's definitely closer, but I don't know if it's the cigar yet. Pop that over there. Desert Bloodwood, little short, little too short. Not quite right. No, no, definitely not. No, the Himalayan pine doesn't look right either. Hookthorn acacia is not right. Kapok I know is too big. London plane? Maybe a little too much tree. This, though. You know, the London plane has possibilities. Not the marula, no. Monkey puzzles are too much tree. Way too much tree. So are oak trees, frankly. Olive tree is not the right kind of tree. Rainbow eucalyptus. It's a lot of tree. That is an awful lot of tree. Even the smallest one is kind of too much tree. You know, I think I'm going to stick with the London plane. Hey, it's not even climbable. I love it. Okay, and then I need a bit of grass. Or this'll do. The crowberry will do. Just need a bit of vegetation down here. Oh, that's annoying. I still need some grass. Dry drin. Drin is not quite the right color for here. We'll use a bit of the Yorkshire. Because it's the right color. There. I mean, this area still needs to be addressed. But that little corner is good. I like that. And I like how it's not touching the little railing around my patio. And the train fits under it perfectly. Yeah, this is good. I like this. I do think I need another tree, like for here. I just don't know what tree. Definitely not you. It has to be a tree that the timber wolves aren't going to get upset about, is the main thing. So like the rainbow eucalyptus is right out. Or it has to be so small that it's not going to infringe upon the wolves. I wonder, can I use this in the snake garden in any of the areas that I haven't... Whoop! That's not where I intended to be. No, that's not gonna look right. I mean, it doesn't look half bad with the papyrus that way, but with those other really fluffy bushes there, that's going to be a real problem. No, I can't really use that over there. Although maybe I can use it here? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. needle. Interesting. Largest. You know what? Let's put that there, because I rather like the red. Let's see. South Central America. Taiga tundra. Huh. Well, okay. This one can't go there. If I rotate this one just right, can I get it to go in here? Like that. I like that. Though I think I should put like I still need to do something about the grass, but I'm liking those little trees there like that. This spot, I think, needs a tree of substance. Not quite that much substance, though. Oh my goodness, that is so much tree. Entirely too much tree. Still too much because it's like thrusting itself into the restaurant. The back poplars are much more columnar. Well, at least this one is. They keep getting smaller. I don't think a black spruce is quite the right thing here, but an evergreen might be. Yeah, I did say I was going to stop when I finished the fence, but when have I ever actually stopped when I said I was going to stop? Candelabra, not enough tree. We have to walk that fine line between enough tree and too much tree. Closer. Little bit too much. Very nice tree though. Common yew, I think they're a little too bushy for what I'm looking for here. Corkwood are tiny, so definitely not what I'm looking for. Cypress are just a little too cultured. Not the larch, I think. It just sort of blends into the wall around here. Douglas fir? No, not the right tree for that spot. Dragon's blood is another tiny tree. Elm tree. The little one's too little, and the big ones are too big. I'm obviously not putting out festive spruces. That's, Fever trees I do love, but I don't think it's the right tree for here. There's already so much wood going on here. Fig is... I don't think this is going to be quite right for here. Like, they're great for filling in spaces, but not this space. Ghost gum, not the right tree for here. Giant red cedar lives up to its name. Ginkgo? I think the Timberwolves might have a problem with ginkgo, which is a pity because this is a pretty good tree for this spot. Yeah, the others are... Whee! You know, the smallest ginkgo, I kind of like that. Can I, like, put it in such a way that it doesn't actually touch the Timberwolves? If I put it in like that... Oh, wow, that's not where I wanted it at all. Like, if I put that there... that is inside the... Okay, so that's not inside the toilet. And it's not touching the Timberwolf enclosure that I can tell. And it's not climbable. I love me a non-climbable tree. But let's make sure the wolves can't feel the ginkgo. Hi, how you doing? You don't sense even a single plant. Okay, great. Perfect. They don't feel the ginkgo, guys! It's all good. I think I am gonna shorten the ginkgo just a little, though. Is that going into the toilet? No, no, not enough to bother me. I adjust it like that. Yeah. Like that. I finally got to use a ginkgo! Yay! I like these trees. They're so fluffy and green and tree. But they're so big that they can be hard to figure out how to use sometimes. Okay, speaking of things, the restaurant here. What are we looking at decor-wise? Guest happiness, 100%. Scenery rating, 100%. I am the queen. I need to cut the queen needs to cut the grass. There we go. And this. Come with me. Hey, you're supposed to be on random rotation, man. Just doing the outs. Fuzzy Boots, hello! Playing the other management game from the devs. Oh, Planet Coaster, yes. I know that game. But I don't love roller coasters as much as I love animals. Okay, let's just grab a smaller section here. Oh. No, I didn't mean to grab that. Or that. You're doing a scenario or sandbox? I am currently doing sandbox. I am building myself a nocturnal zoo, which is only open at night and which only has nocturnal animals in it. And I was just working on the outer edge of my zoo here. Because I'm using this, we'll call it a forest. It wants to be a forest. I'm using this to mark the edge of my zoo, basically. So I'm just been using it as filler. Hopefully without getting it into my deer. You'd think with random rotation I wouldn't have to be doing this manually so much. Okay, that'll... Oh. I let go too soon. That's too big. That's better. Fill, 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 fill. Who wants to see grass in their forest? Not me. Honestly, I should be using something a bit less intense as the edge of my zoo, but I just like how this stuff looks. Okay, that's it. I'm putting another keeper on the deer. This is ridiculous. Oh. That is also ridiculous. Okay. Whoop, no, that's not what I was trying to do. There. Now the stuff is not sticking up through that. Scooch this over. Scooch this over. Okay. Keeper. Hello, Luella. You are going to be working in the Keeper Zone Southeast, where there is but one pen of deer to look after, and somehow the poop still never gets cleaned, despite the fact that there were already 2 people on it. Grar. So now Luella will be like, oh my gosh, it's filthy in here. Why hasn't it been cleaned? That is an excellent question, Luella. Why don't you get on that? Good girl. Why was she exiting? something very weird going on with this enclosure. I don't understand why two people couldn't keep up with it. Okay, hi Tintin. I need to ask you, can you perceive that? Oh, you can. Okay, we'll just get rid of that. There you go. They're stressed out by having underwater plants in their enclosure with them. Even though the underwater plants make an excellent forest. Okay, that is the edge of the zoo there. That is about as far as I know where the edge of the zoo extends-ish. I am going to be removing some plants here because they're a little close to the train tracks, and I don't actually know that's where the train tracks are going, so I'm just going to nudge this back a little. There we go. Okay, so I have an enclosure planned for here. This is probably the back end of the zoo, but I don't know where the lake is yet, so we're still working that out. This is going to be another food court. But yeah, I need to finish up with this eastern section so I can go and start working on the central section again. I've made a lot of progress on the eastern portion though. I still have a bunch of fake enclosures to make. Oh yes, I should remove the short-eared owl from the owl ones because I already made an enclosure for them. Like that. I need some plants here. I need to figure out what I'm doing with this spot here. I think maybe that's a good spot for another fake enclosure, to be honest. Wait, I know. I was saving one for the swamp. But maybe I put it in that triangle instead. Like, what if I were to put the giant salamander here? I'm not sure if I should be clustering all of my Unreal exhibits in the same place, though. No, I'm gonna continue saving this big boy for the swamp. I think I'm just gonna put some plants in here rather than an Unreal enclosure, because I'm already surrounding the Timberwolves with Unreal enclosures. So I think I'll probably just put some plants in here. But I can't do that until I can fence this area. And I can't fence this area until I know where the lake is. And I won't know where the lake is until I build out the central section. And yeah, but I don't want to start working on the central section before I get the eastern section mostly finished. Okay, so the question becomes, what do I set up to do the next time I return to Planet Zoo? Well, I still have a handful of areas to fill in the snake garden before I finish there. I have this spot that needs to be finished out with plants. Like, we have this glorious fig tree here, which is actually eating this lamppost. Let's uneat the lamppost here. We have this great fig tree. Lovely fig tree, love it. But there needs to be something more than just a fig tree here, which is no longer consuming the lamppost. Let's see. What else is left to do out here? Oh yes, this spot, which has a yew tree in it, which is beautiful. Needs a little bit more though. The yew tree needs something underneath it. Like, I hate having just a tree and grass. Maybe I can do that like real quick before I end tonight, because I keep forgetting that I need to do this. As I can't do the river until I complete the river, so that's another matter entirely. But, I think we can probably go fairly subtle here. Like, one of the ground cover flowers with a bunch of grass, maybe? I don't know about the asters, though. I don't think that blue is quite the right one here. I definitely want something that's flowering. But yeah, the buffalo grass I think I am also going to be using, so I'm just going to pop that there while I'm... Now I don't want to use the oxeye daisies, I don't want to use the white daisies, because I used a massive number of them in the snake garden, which is really not all that far away. So want to avoid that. Maybe the poppies? It's been ages since I've used the poppies. Let's go for the poppies. Yeah, I think the poppies are the way to go here. I'm feeling them. Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay. We have slopes and stuff. I should have started mowing the grass before I started work on this. Hold on. Mow the grass. Put the dirt back. Back to the poppies. Like that. I'm being very careful not to get the poppies in with the wolverines because I don't think the wolverines will appreciate the poppies. There we go. And then Yorkshire grass. We're going to have an interesting time with, thanks to the sloping. This is making it very difficult to control. Oh, this slope is crazy. I will have control. Despite the ridiculousness of this slope, I will regain control. Somehow. I hear somebody in the zoo laughing at me for my ambition. I can't tell where I've put grass and where I haven't put grass. Is that a good thing? Oh, why is the land so lumpy here? Why did I do this to me? You know what? I choose to be okay with that. Although this does feel really blank here. Hold on a moment. There. Okay, that I am happy with. That's not the one I wanted to use. I wanted to use this one. That goes there. This goes here. And upright. This goes upright. And here. I really do not provide enough light in this zoo. It's kind of funny that way. Still, I feel like I've finished this area under this yew tree here that I keep forgetting that I needed to do. So I feel pretty good about that. And I don't think I got any poppies or Yorkshire grass into the wolverines. We'll just double check. Patrick Swayze here is going to assist me. Let's Let's see. Well, they do perceive some buffalo grass. But I think it's the stuff that's inside their pen already. So even if I did lap some in... Oh, for crying out loud, is it the deer again? It is. Good Lord. Why is it always so bad? Can I get the keeper to come more than once a month? Nope. Every month is as frequent as they come. Absolutely ridiculous. There are 3 keepers on these deer. And I'd be willing to bet that this isn't enough food either. I think I'm glad that I didn't put in the full 16 deer that I could have. Because this situation is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And terrible. Terribly ridiculous. I mean, people think that you can get a good view of the deer. They think it looks nice around here. I mean, they don't think the area is beautiful, but I understand that it's not very beautiful around here. I do what I can, but... Josh Eagles, hello! Welcome to the stream! Let's see, I need a little bush. I need a little bush. A bramble bush? No, that's definitely not the right bush. Maybe I should go back to the azaleas? Which is also not exactly the right kind of bush here. I am doing pretty well, except that, you know, I'm angry at my keepers for not cleaning up after my deer properly. Could I make a clump of azaleas work here? I think I could. Shouldn't be projecting into the restaurant too much. No, it's not projecting into the restaurant at all. That's perfect. Like that. Like this. And like that. And I I think just, you know, keep filling in with these in here. Because the others are too round. Unless... Oh, wait, we use these. We use these. Get in there. Like that. Now I just nudge him around a little. And like that. Yeah. I could conceivably continue the azaleas a bit further, but I'm not sure exactly where to stop with that, so... I have an idea. Let us continue with the azaleas. Let's turn off random rotation. Take the azaleas, whoop, run them along here. And we will use them to hide the wonky stuff the path is doing here. Like that. Let's see here. And like this. This is the exact reason why I didn't want to use the azaleas in the snake garden, because they're just a little too nice, I guess is the best way to put it. They just, they look very cultured. They look very grown. And I wanted the snake garden to look like it was running wild a little, you know? But around the restaurant, this shade of pink purple is just really nice with these walls. Super nice with these walls. those might be sitting a little high. Yeah, those are definitely sitting a little high. Alright, let's take those 3 and just drop them a little. There. Oh! Train, you're in my way! Okay. And then... I know there's not going to be another train for a bit, so, you know, perfect timing. I can get this done quickly. Stop that. My tablet wishes to inform me that it's 2:30 in the morning my time, which is a bit concerning. I said I was going to stop the stream a while ago because it was getting so late. Okay, don't mind me as I make quite a bit of a mess. I want to fill in this whole triangle with azaleas. So I'm doing it in possibly the most inefficient way possible. These kind of games have a way of just like, one more thing! Yeah, exactly. And my zoos always have so many holes that need to be filled in, like little areas where there need to be plants. There we go. Now I think that the color of the azaleas is perfect with the color of the restaurant here. And you know, it's very attractive to the train goers to be going past so many plants. So yeah, I got an entire restaurant built today. Look at the pretty. It's a good restaurant. I did good work here. So, the next time I stream Planet Zoo, it's going to be continuing to finish the eastern area, because once I finish the eastern area, I can move my attention back over to the central regions over here, where things have been terribly, terribly ignored. So in order to finish out the eastern area, I have to finish filling in the snake garden. We can really see a couple of the blank areas I haven't filled yet, right there. I need to fill in around the Timberwolves, hashtag Timberwolves, and I have to get this enclosure built and this food court built. So I think probably the best place to start would be to work on the fill around the Timberwolves, because that is the main thing that's left to do. Like, the river still needs to be finished, it still needs plants and stuff, but I can't finish it until I know where the lake is. Basically, we have the moat that's fed by the waterfalls down here that goes into this lake, and then the river comes through here, and somewhere around here there's going to be another lake, which is where the whole water system ends. But I don't know where it is because I haven't built the central enclosures yet, and it's like south of the central enclosures. So yeah, I think the best thing to do would be to build another one of the enclosures for animals that the zoo does not provide yet. And I think since I want to stay near the deer and find out if 3 keepers is enough to keep them clean, that I'm going to build an enclosure for an owl next. I think I'm going to put in an owl enclosure here. The main question is which owl, but I will figure that out. I made notes about the areas for the barn owls or for the snowy owls. I already put in the short-eared owl. Let's see. Yeah, so I have notes for the barn owl or the snowy owl to go in here. And I will figure out which one. For an area this size, I lean towards the barn owl because I actually have a bunch of assets that are sort of barnyardy. I even have a covered wagon that doesn't have a cover on it. So for an area of this size, I think maybe I might go for the barn owl, but I will work that out, you know, next time I stream Planet Zoo. And that is a complicated thing, the next time that I stream Planet Zoo, because I'm actually taking a very short vacation soon. I am taking next week off. But in any case, I'm going to work on that enclosure, so I'm actually going to pause here, because I love that the train is coming through, and also that I can gaze upon my restaurant in all of its glory. And it is very glorious, my restaurant. Some excellent progress was made today, but now it is time to say goodnight, especially since my eyes have started watering, which means I've gotten a little bit of eye strain, and I need to take a rest. This is eye strain, and it's getting a little... I am not going out of town, but I'm taking some time off for me. I'm having something of a staycation, I guess you would say. Unfortunately, I cannot go out of town due to family reasons, but I can take a little bit of time off and put my feet up for a few days. But I have some friends who are coming into town that I would really like to spend time with. So a little vacation just for me as a treat. So this is where I'm going to be calling it a night. And the next time that Planet Zoo shall return is going to be for the second half of the stream on the 28th of April. Because the 28th of April is the last Monday of the month, that means that I will be playing Wildermyth for the start of that stream, starting at 7, and then I'll be playing about 3 hours of Wildermyth, and then I will switch over to Planet Zoo for the last bit of the stream, where I'll play another 2 or 3 hours of that. So that is how that's going to work out. But you know, while I'm on vacation, you need not fear that you will be without, because my YouTube channel has all of my streams archived on there, and there are playlists on there for everything that I have streamed twice or more. So if you want to see the progress of the Nocturne Zoo and me arguing with both the camera and the rotation tool, it's all right there. All of the start of Planet Nocturne, of Zoo Nocturne, when I didn't have a name for it yet, and that's terrible timing for an ad break. But all of the time that I had the castle that I first built that was just a little bit too small, and all of that glorious stuff, all the way to progress to what has happened today in all of its beauty. and it's incipient, and it's incoming beauty, incipient beauty, soon to be beauty, places that still need to be filled in. I hate having just plain grass everywhere, so I will be fixing that. But you know, that's as the time goes. And for the rest of the week of streaming, I will be back again on Wednesday night, starting as close to 7 p.m. as we get enough people together to form a room. I'll be playing either Among Us or Scribble It or 100% Orange Juice with my friends, depending on how many people there are. We play Among Us when we have the largest possible number of people. We play 100% Orange Juice when we have the smallest number of people because it's 4 players or less. It is a board game that is basically Anime Mario Party, which is a great amount of glorious fun. But if we have too many people for 100% Orange Juice but not quite enough for Among Us, that's when we get out Scribble It, which is a Pictionary style game where one person draws, everyone else guesses what that person is drawing, and whoever has the largest number of points at the end of 3 rounds wins the game. Yay! And then, when my friends abandon me at around usually 10:15 or 10:20 or so, because they claim that you need to sleep at night in order to be awake in the morning, which, you know, it sounds a little bit like fake news, but they all say it, so maybe there's some truth to it? It's hard to say. But either way, they abandoned me, and so I will be playing Power Wash Simulator. Yeah, it does sound made up. You know, sleeping at night? Who does that? But in any case, I will go over to Power Wash Simulator where I will be continuing to work my way through the career path, washing whatever it is that they put in front of me, and complaining about probably rust all the way through, because rust is the hardest thing to clean so far. So I will be continuing on with Power Wash Simulator for that week, and then going back to Valheim when I come back from my vacation. And then on Thursday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, I will be playing Oxygen Not Included for Try Not to Die Thursday, where the search for hydrogen will continue. I need to find hydrogen. I can make hydrogen, but I don't want to. I want to find hydrogen, but in order to hopefully find hydrogen, I have to continue exploring my asteroid. So that is the plan for Oxygen Not Included. And that is the schedule for the rest of my week. Then I will be taking an entire week off from Sunday until Sunday. No, or until Saturday. Well, I will be taking an entire week off. And then I will be returning in the last week of April, where I will be resuming my streaming schedule as before. So that is the plan, and that is the schedule, and all of the things that I intend to do. And you know, whether or not I get to everything on my list, or whether or not the Cleepers clean up after my deer, I still have a lot of fun. And I have had a massive amount of fun tonight, and I hope that all of you have had at least as much fun as I have. And I hope that you all have a great rest of your night. Good night!